and go ahead and get Carlson up and running here. All right, do you know whether that file happens to be, well, we can take a look at it when we get it open. Let's get it open first. We'll see. All right, so I'm going to actually open that file directly, and then we'll do a save as.
Well, I already did that. It's actually,
Oh, it's already a DWG, isn't it?
yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, well then I'll just open it. There we go. All right, so there's a slight rotation on it, but you can see down here my UCS icon shows we are in the world coordinate system, so that's fine. That's what we need to be. We do have an alignment here. Looks like it would be a block. So that could be half. So let's see, what do we have here? That is also a block. Let me just see what it is. Okay, so I just made a copy of that. And that's a block. It looks like it's,
Utilities relocation.
yeah, okay. So I don't know that I need to do that.
That information we don't really need.
Yeah. So, but we could have, it could be appropriate. Now, that one that I just looked at there, that's the main drawing itself, and it is a block. And that's way, um, that's the whole shooting match is a block. Let's see if it appears to be, yeah, it's everything. Okay, so first thing we need to do to be able to work with that, of course, is to go ahead and explode that block, which I just did. And I see I've got there a line on a layer called Topo S ground elevation. So looks like they ran sections. Is that what they did, you think, to?
Yeah. I don't, honestly, I really don't know.
All
That,
right. So these little guys,
that
MSL,
area of the map is actually all wetland.
oh, because that's probably
It's a floodplain that's really low lying, and
MSL 81176 8694, and that is at elevation 0 though. So I was wondering if those might have been spot elevations. They come across as this letter Z. They're a block. Now here's another block. Let me see what that one is. That's one of the contour lines, and that is apparently that whole thing is a block separately. So the contours then are also a block. So if I explode that, now I've got, yeah, here we go. So now I've got this as a major contour and it's got elevation 0. There's a major contour elevation 0. So yeah, we're getting somewhere now. So small and medium trees and bushes. So all of that is still a block. Let's explode that while we're at it. And then it's a hatch and hatch. All right, so we don't necessarily need the hatch information, but it's there. We do need it. There's text. Station 12. I know there's a,
I usually delete the hatch entities.
all right, so the alignment is a block. I'll go ahead and put that one too. So I would go to then file, this drawing cleanup. Let me clear that. Let me see. Oh, everything's at 0. Huh. Okay. We did a little bit of that. All right, so let's select the hatches. So I'm going to right click, do a quick select, apply it to the entire drawing. I'll look for hatches, select them all. And we'll get rid of them. Toe, drainage ditch, the line. Okay. So we may need to, change some line types or anything like that, but I see what you typically get a hold of. And now our task is going to be with this to elevate this information. And looks like everything you've got is, I'm gonna look at it straight on from the front. It's all at 0 elevation or at least close to it.
Yeah.
Like there is a little bit of thickness in there, but I think that's just line.
Yeah, line weight.
Yeah, so now I turn my line weights off and it's all at 0. Okay. So we got to bring this whole thing up. I just wonder, do you also happen to have the original DGN from this?
Yeah.
Could you send me that? Let me take a look at it because it's not, I mean, I know it's all zeros, but I wonder if that was something that happened in the translation. If we've got the elevation information in the DGN, we may be able to save it a different way. Well, yeah, go ahead and send me that and let me take a peek at it with MicroStation.
just sent it, so.
Right. There we go. All right, so let's see what we got. Yeah, it may well be that even if it had elevation information, they could have exported it out to a 2D file to send it to their contractors. A lot of times engineers and surveyors will do that. So we'll take a look and see. If it is there, then we'll see if we can find a different way of saving it out so that you can retain that information. But my guess is it's going to be flat. Yeah, look at the difference in size of those two files. The MicroStation file is 200K, whereas the export is almost 3 megs. That's typical. But a lot of times that's typical because the DGN has a lot of references in it. So it's that MicroStation wake up here. All right, so I've got, yeah, this is just a 2D file. And I've got all of these files are those individual references. And we don't have this one, your topo DGN probably does have. And you see these two files, the topo and contours.
Yep.
You've got those as well that you can send me, because you didn't send me any of the reference information, and this stuff is truly just a 2D flattened slice. It's a 2D file, so it's only going to be in 2D. But those others could be attached as 3D references. Let me make sure there's nothing else. Yeah, see, because you've got all of these reference files. You got the wetlands. Now, I don't know if that's, includes the elevations in the wetlands or if it's just the planimetry, but topo looks like it would be. You've also got this alignments, but we can get the alignments out of the other file just fine. There's topo and you've got alignments referenced twice, which is fine. But topo and contours, let's see if you've got those. And let's
I opened Topo. It didn't look like it was very good. Information.
okay.
It didn't. I didn't open contours.
Yeah, sometimes I mean I'm just
But
based it on the name of the file. But
Right.
sometimes surveyors will say topo and they mean planimetry. Topo to me indicates topography, which indicates elevation. To a surveyor, it means get the line work, the edge of pavement, the steps, the intersections, the trees, the manholes. That's to a surveyor what they call topo, which is not really topo. Uh,
Yeah.
let's see what we got here. That's just the shape. All right, so this does appear to be at state plane coordinates as well. Let's see. Um, we have, it's not registered in the drawing yet, but do you know what part of Maine this is in?
Oh. Oh, we got three zones. I don't know if it's east or west. I mean, east or central.
All right, well, let's give it a shot and see. We don't need to do this, but it might be helpful.
Oh,
United States.
oh wait. It's Maine 2000 Central.
All right.
Nat 83.
And let's see. There's Maine, east, west, and you said central.
Yeah. Central
Right there.
2000.
This is interesting. They've got this storage units defined as millimeters. That's a little strange. It doesn't affect anything other than what, but let's see now if we look at, make sure we're in the right system. There we go. Looks like we got it. And there's your creek. Okay. And we will turn that back to none just to keep it clean. All right. Now, did you send me that other one yet?
Yeah.
I don't see it showing up here yet.
Had no subject or just two attachments.
Must be getting hung up in the servers checking on it.
Do you generally go to the Carlson user conference?
I used to teach at it, but it's been a few years since I've gone. And that's just due to scheduling. I'm sure I would be more than welcome to come to it, but it's really a great event to attend and especially taking some of those classes and not so much to learn technique as it is to talk to other users and see how they do some things. And that's just really, you can pick up some great ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah. Looks like contours isn't elevated.
It's not elevated.
No.
Hmm. Well, here's a thought. Let's see, you got contours. I wonder if it will hold reference to, no. See that contours file, when you opened it, did it show up as a block or was it
No, it's
just drawn polylines?
yeah.
Okay, so see,
Meh.
generally what happens in MicroStation, of course, is when they create this stuff, they're going, they do it like they do it in on the AutoCAD side of the world, like with Civil 3D, and they create a terrain model that lives inside of the DGM. That's why I opened up this on the left to see, but there's no terrain models in this. And even if it were held over in that contours file, we could extract it directly out of that without having to build any surface from it. But I see we don't have much. Now, I'm going to do a couple of little quick things here just for your edification. If I were to take this and do a save as or even an export, come on. I think it's rippling through all of those reference files that it can't find, and that's why it's taking so much time here. Let's see. But I want to see if there's any particular advantage of bringing it into a DWG, any of these different methodologies. And I don't think so. I think if you're, and your process, when you bring it in, do you open it exactly? Let's see. All right, so here's a DWG, and I'm going to call this DWG exported from CGN. I'll look at some options here. Settings, empty items. Let's see, advanced. References we won't worry about. So, okay. Externals. Should be all right. All right, then we'll just you've only got the one model. We'll say okay and save. That was exported, and if we same thing, if it'll ever get around to it. We'll do a save as. Now this probably will be the same as the export, but we'll see. I've got the options do stay the same. Let's see. Let me just do that. And save. Okay. Now when that wraps up, we'll close this out and go back and try it, take a look at it and see if importing versus opening and saving has any effect. All right, so there's that one that you sent earlier. I've exploded some blocks, so we'll go ahead and save that. Now we will just make a new file. And we'll say DWG opened from DGN and save as. Huh, how lovely. They don't have the central. Well, did you have a series of numbers when you read me off that information for the state plane coordinate?
See if it's
Should be like an 040 number.
no, just says zone main 2000 central.
Hmm.
Gives a scale factor, a nav D 88, geoid 18,
18,
NAD 83, 2011.
all right, so it's if I let me see if maybe they've called it by some other name. See, they've only got Maine East and Maine West.
Mhm.
Well, we'll see.
So the definition between the old East West and the new East West is
Yeah,
they changed the false. Well,
the false, yeah, the false easting. Uh,
and it used to just be two zones, East and West.
yeah, and that's
It's
all
really
Carlson has defined.
2000.
Yeah, but see, it wasn't as recent as all that. I mean, this is the 2025 version. You'd think they would have the new zones in there. And
Yeah.
in their software. Now, and you've got the information. We could create we don't need to take the time to do that. I was just seeing if it was going to apply for us. Um, but in any case, now what we want to do is with this, let me actually, I'm going to say this is a draw DWG open, uh, let's say imported from DGN source. Okay. So with this file open, we're going to go to File, Import, DGN. Bring in the default model. Use a geolocation map, internet connection. Yeah, but I don't need that map. All right, so does not have crossing drawings units, crossing, okay. Um, all right, so this looks, all right, now see, when I do an import, all of this stuff comes in pre-exploded. Now this is just that original, without the reference information. This is all that's in that DGN file is this. Um, but it's still just a 2D file. Now, that looks to be the same. Let's see, scale. Let's say it is 1 MSoft. Scale will be guardrail. Right. So I'm not sure, where did I see here? Imported. So if I file, import. Oh, I see. Okay. So when you do a file import, it actually goes ahead and creates the DWG with the name of the DGN you're importing. Okay. Isn't that interesting? So well, it recognizes that there was a data shift, but they don't provide it as a pre-built. Well, that's unimportant on that part. All right, so that's the import function. We'll do the very same thing probably as if we open the DGN. So when we do open it, we do get individual things. They don't come in as blocks, other than maybe that's a block. No, it's a cell. Okay, so it's a block essentially. We got our hatches look the same. Now you see I'm in the DGN directly, and you can see how that compares to, and I'll switch over here to MicroStation. See, that is the DGN itself. And here's the opened DGN inside of Carlson. So that's a really good and faithful way to open that DGN directly in your Carlson, but I wouldn't work with it in this form. I would at this point go straight to my file menu and do a save as. I don't think we need to export DWG. Let's see if save as will let us. Oh yeah, I guess we do. And now is this the way you are doing it?
I I usually do use the import DGN.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me see here. So if I export DWG, and we're going to call this DWG exported from open DGN. All right, so now let's go back and see. Now this one is that's MicroStation. So now this one here this is the one you sent me that was exported, but it came in as a block. That's what I'm trying to avoid necessarily. Now I've exploded it, but you can also see. Of course, we got rid of the hatches, but now let me open. Let's see, the one we did, drawing save as from DGN. You did the import, and that was hmm, that is that I'm in DGN. If I export a DWG. I'm in Philip. So I'm going to say DWG exported from OpenDGN. I didn't see that out there. Let's see. Oh, I never answered the question. Yeah, we get it. So did that. All right. So then if we open X, of course I misspelled it, but that's okay. Just typed it. So that looks hatch patterns didn't come across exactly right, but that's neither here nor there. Come on. And that also comes in with it exploded. I just wonder, how did you get it as a block? When you sent me that file, it was a block.
I believe when I originally opened it,
Uh-huh.
well, imported it,
Okay.
the um well, when you take the original drawing that I sent you,
Yeah, the bridge.
yeah,
Or
the DGN.
yeah,
Did I send you the DGN?
you did. That's what this well, I had it open here a minute ago. Right there was opening that DGN. It created this for me called bridge dot. Well, there it is. You can see it's dot DGN. That's it.
And did you open that up in MicroStation, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Now let
That's
me
how it ended up without all the blocks in it.
shouldn't have.
So when you take that original bridge DGN,
Yeah.
like I would say take it from the email,
Uh-huh.
change the name or whatever, and then import that into Carlson. That's how it ended up with all the blocks.
All right, let me take a look at this here before we get back to it. So now I've got topo. And contours. Oh, they're not even in the same space. Let's see here. If that's that, then what is this? Huh. Now I'm in MicroStation right now.
That's
And they don't, see, they don't, see how
that's
far,
not even close to
yeah, I know.
the coordinate.
So I wonder if, see, they've got a metric scale applied here, 304.8. Maybe we put that back to 1. See what that does for us. There we go. Now it all lines up. That's a brush. Now this is contours minor, but there's no. And if I go to like, let's see, what was that level? Reference 12, so that was contours. So if I go to just that file, see what it looks like, Philip, that it's all been flattened down to 2D. Which is unfortunate. I think they've, there's see, I look up there at the tippy top of my drawing window, it says 2D V8 DGN. So there's no elevation information here. This is a flat drawing. So it's not, we see what is labeled, of course, but everything's at the zero. There's just a 2D. And if I look at the actual model, there's no terrain models saved in it, but somebody did build one when they generated this, and then they just dumped it out and got rid of all the smart stuff before they sent it to you, which is a shame. Okay, so it looks like there's nothing to be gained from that end of it. Now let me go back to your email here, and I'll put, let me close that one. It's DGN export. I'll go ahead and say that's the one that was originally there. Now, I will take your original bridge DGN that you sent me. I'll replace it. So there it is. Oh, that's the bridge DGN. There's the one that you sent me first, and that one we want to keep. So you're saying on this bridge DGN, if I opened it,
No, if you import it, import a
import it.
DGN.
All right, so if I import it, I'm going to just make a new drawing. And we'll just call this one test. Don't worry about the coordinates. All right, so nothing in this is a brand new drawing. If I import DGN, right? Now, when I do that, it's going to come in and actually create a DWG of the same name as the DGN. You see this up here on these tabs at the top? Whoops, missing a drawing name. All right, so let's I'm going to call this auto generated EWG name from GGN import. All right, so that's that. Where do we go here?
Why are the contours not lined up now?
Yeah, see, they're offset over here. Well, why, what on earth? There's a block. Yeah, that's what you were saying. I don't know. Did you notice that it's contours over here earlier? They've disappeared.
Huh. Yeah, I did see him.
Looks like everything's on. And so I saw the contours and it had those hatches in there at the correct scale, and then they went away. Well, I wonder why. Still something.
Is it the projection?
There it is.
Yeah, but the contours were there with that hatching.
Yeah, I know. There's an external reference as well. Oh, so it's got all of these references. Alignments. It's using your saved path.
Well, those are actually the paths from the state.
Yeah, see there, it becomes mine. But these, see, it should say though, it's unreferenced, so that's fine. So it keeps the name of those, but because they're unreferenced, see, they're children to this contours. All right. So that should be loaded. It shows it as loaded. All right. See, it finds it right there. All right, so if that's selected, all right, now watch, when I turn the visibility to no, and then when I turn it back to yes, it looks like it shows the path of that. Of maybe a contour line as it goes through that. I don't know. Let's change its color. You can see the trace of the contour through the hatch. That's strange. I don't know. But in any case, we would need to get those contours then have to be moved back in somehow to the same spot, unless what I'm dealing with here is that datum shift. Hmm. All right, so this file being empty though, so even on import, it stops and generates an additional DWG, the same as if I did a file open, which does the same thing. No, it doesn't. It keeps it as a DGN at that point. But if I open, now I get my contours in the right spot. And it keeps it as bridge.dgn. So there's the hatching, there's the contours. Get rid of that, don't need that. Still seems to be something outside of it. Yeah. Text lines, polylines, arcs, and 2D polylines. There they are. Now that looks like I'm going to say it looks like some of the stuff that's around your drawing. As to why it's shifted, I've no, now it could be that that's that way in the original. I don't know. So see, we've got all of that stuff here. Just looks like it's replicated. All right, so we'll get rid of that. Let's take everything. Not that. Let's see. So maintaining the DGN entity types. So that was a complex shape, which we don't have that in our DWG capability. So now if we've got this, shows that at the external reference. Shows all of those is not found. Topo is found as loaded and contours loaded. And it kept it, and that's because I copied those in there from your email. So it found those and went ahead and loaded them as XREFs because they were originally references to the original. So if I take those two and unload, then that's the original bridge, DGN, and it is not a block in and of itself. Only those things that were found as references. Now I'll reload them. So those are the parts that become blocks. Okay. Now, to get that as a DWG, at this point, what do you do when well, you import it and it actually becomes a DWG, right? So this, what I've done here now is to open the DGN. And now let's
So
go ahead.
we all I've really been building my surfaces for is for finish grading the road.
Okay.
And we've recently got GPS on a couple of excavators. So that all I would do to create my surfaces, input a profile, do 3D offsets for cross slopes, and
All right.
project it past the edge of road, and then just let the grader go out there and
All right. So now you say import a profile. So you're taking that from another profile drawing?
yeah,
Or
from a drawing and then under the roads menu.
yeah, but I mean they've given that to you. They've given you a drawing that shows that profile.
Um a, a paper drawing.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. And so and you can actually, if it's a very complex one, you can actually convert that as well. The problem is it doesn't get the stationing. It's easier to type in from station to station, which is probably what you're doing. Which is fine. So you bring in a center line and then you define the profile and then you just offset the edge of pavement and then project that to what? You've got to have a target out there. So you need a,
Well, I'm not. It's
or do,
just a it's just a grader grading the road, and
yeah, so you're
so
not,
so
so
I'm not building the side slopes in my model, which is why I brought this in, because that's kind of what I wanted, how you would approach it. So you'd elevate existing contours and create a surface from that, and then
create me a target. Yeah. And then to build this road and I would I'd still need that profile information. All right. But instead of drawing the center line as a 3D polyline based on the profile and just offsetting the edges, I would go to our build to the roads menu. Let me go ahead and I'm going to close that and back off. But I would go to the let me get the one that we did. Bridge. So once I had once I had the surfaces, and I would have the existing surface as a target, I would have the profile and the center line, so I would create that and but then I would go through and build this road as a cross section. See, I would go to, here's my roads, and then I would do, see here a minute. I would actually put in a design template here. Let's just call it, see, I would then start building this road and say from my center line, I'm going to have this grade is going to be a negative 2%, whatever it is, for 12 feet or whatever that is. I'm going to call that a pavement. I'll say, okay. This road's probably not curbed, correct? And then looks like it's got a shoulder on it. Uh, I don't know, maybe a 4-foot shoulder. SHLD. And then maybe cut and fill, we'll just say they're 3-to-1. And I could have some, I could put ditches and berms and anything else that might be in there. Now that's just my top surface. I would then start to build my subgrades, and I would have, say,
So that's all well and good now. Um, so what happens when the road like changes widths, like from goes
yeah.
from 12 foot
So, um,
to edge of travel way to 11 foot? Do you make a new template for each one?
well, you can, but it's a lot easier to, see, there's my wearing course, and I would build all those things down, um, to get the materials. So you could do that. Now that's a standard. Now there's several ways of doing the change in the template. Is you can, let's see, what is this? It's drainage. This is the edge of the pavement.
And our road work doesn't start until 10 plus 25 anyway.
Okay,
You're not
so
you're about 300 feet away from it looking there.
yeah, so let me get these layers isolated here. So you're starting at right in here. All right, so see, I would define that. Now this looks like you've got a wider shoulder on that side than this side, and this is where
Yep.
it's going to go. So let's see what we have distance wise. Let's say start on this. So in this particular case, you've got this shoulder shows to be 3.3 uh, feet long. The lane width is 10.4243. The lane width here, 10.0945. The
And
two,
that's what we match into existing. If you would,
oh, okay. So is that what I'm looking at
like
here? Existing?
maybe just for discussion purposes, turn a bunch of the layers back on
Okay.
so we can, because like I mean, yeah, you can draw these templates, but like, what do you do when you get to a driveway that you have to shape in?
Well, that's what I'm saying is you can, and what I would do with these driveways is I would create them as a little short alignment and as a little roadway. So the edge of pavement will actually follow right around those corners, right? If, because I would apply a template to this road, a template to this road, and then I would run all that stuff through road network, which is right down here. And see when that comes up, let me give it just a quick name here. So you've got, you have all these multiple roads and then it would find all their intersections and any kind of crossings and you got grading objects and there's a curb cut that's been added to this. That's actually new in this version. Um, but when you do that, you're going to have a template that calls out, say, an edge of pavement or edge of the shoulder, whatever one that you want. And this template over here has the same name, but it's got a different width, probably. Driveway won't be as wide as the main road. But it takes that and intersects these two roads and it finds that common name, let's call it EOP, and it puts in a radius as it ties those things together. Okay, so that's how it's going to interrupt that as it goes along. Um, so in fact, we can do a couple of them here. We'll take a standard. Do you know what the standard on this was? Was it a 10-foot lane and a
Oh, let me see.
like am I looking at any of the design line work here or is this all existing?
That's everything in there is the design. Um, like it's super elevated around that corner. It's
Yeah,
6%, and then
6%,
we
super.
match in at 1025, and then
Okay. So that's 11. So there it is. So starts out at 1.3.
so it looks like the left side of the road changes 1.46% every 25 feet.
Yeah, so that's 1.36 to 162 to 308. Yeah, it's not a consistent. That would be 1.46 between these two. 1.46 between those two. Yeah, so 1.46. Oh, yeah, got it. Yeah, so it keeps elevating to 1.462. You're in full super. At some point, it's then going to start to come back down. So it goes up to 6 as max, hangs out at 6, and then comes back down on its way out. All right. And then you've got this other one on this side. Now, how wide is that? Uh, Enter section. And 0.37. And 0.2017. So what is this? That's the roadway center line. That's the alignment.
So how many templates do I need to make that transition?
Well, to make this turn, you just need one. And because you've got a pavement, you've got an edge of pavement, and you've got a shoulder. All right, so as long as you know what that now this see, like, what is this telling us here? Like the road doesn't, like, this is total slope. So at some point it goes over here and then breaks down slope, which is fine there. But yeah, when you put this in, you're going to define a pavement width and a shoulder width. Okay. That comes off the center line. Now, if you've got to match existing edges as they vary, there's a way to do that is when you bring these things in, you can do, there's a tool called, and we'll go through and do that as a exercise here. You go to it's this it's an adjustment on the template, and you've got, so you can put them in as a series of different templates in case you're going from like a 2-lane to a 3-lane and then back to a 4-lane. But if it's just changing widths, then you're going to have these two tools right here, template point profile and template point center line. And those are going to be, and you would choose a line that's drawn in the drawing that follows that varying edge. And so what it's going to do is when it sees that varying edge, it's going to quit using the standard definition of the template. Let's call it 10 feet. And it's going to find that edge. And let's say maybe it's at 9.83 feet at that particular point, and it just walks that edge all the way down the alignment. And if it goes to like 10.6 feet and comes back into, 10.0, whatever, it will follow that. It goes away from the definition as long as you define that template point center line. That's the horizontal definition. And then a template point profile will actually change. Instead of being exactly the same as the center line profile, it will follow a different profile if you've drawn that 3D polyline in the drawing. So it can be like a ditch on the side of the road that you normally tie in. It's always, let's say it's parallel to the road, it's at a constant width, and then it is at the same, it's parallel to it in the vertical sense. So it follows the same profile. But then you get to a certain point, then the ditch may take off in a different direction and then go depart from that profile definition because it's going to empty out somewhere else. And so that's how you tell it to leave these, to leave the profile definition and follow what it says, what you've showed it in the drawing. Okay. So what I'd like to do is let's declutter all this. We won't bother with the existing ground to build that model. And I see what you're trying to do with it here. So I'll show you how we do that and how I would approach doing those driveway cuts and everything. Okay. And it's really fairly simple once you get a handle on what that road network is doing. And once you see that and you follow how it ties all that stuff in, um, then we'll go from there. What I will need though is that profile. If you have a profile, just a PRO file if you have it already built, or if you got the paper drawing or something that you can send over and share with me, we'll do that. So I'm going to take the alignment, and then we'll use that alignment, and we'll use the profile, and then I'll show you how to build that. We won't worry about materials. We won't worry about the thicknesses and all that. If we, at the end of the day, I can show you how you can add them in if you'd like. But for now, if you're just really wanting to get that top surface, then let's take a look at that and see what you need to do with it. All right.
All right.
So if you can gather me up that profile information and send it to me, and it's coming into 10:30, we can go ahead and take our break, if you will, and then we'll come back and roll our sleeves up and build this road.
All right.
Okay. So yeah,
Yep.
send me what you got. We'll reconvene at a quarter till and take it from there. Like I said, we'll strip all this other stuff out of here because it's it's a little confusing. I don't know everything that goes
Right.
on, but you're going to know it. And like these widths, be ready, tell me what they represent. That's the actual roadbed itself. But we don't know that downslope necessarily there. But you're not building that part. Is that correct?
Well, it's kind of why I wanted to take the class to learn
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
how
we
to
can.
build it so we can use the excavators to cut the side slopes and
Yeah. Okay. So all right. Um. Yeah. So that would be like you're going to come out here and you're going to be at any of these particular sections. You're going to be at the edge of the shoulder, and then you're going to go down slope or up slope or whatever it happens to be. And so all we need to do there is to define a target. And you see if these two lines here, if that's our target, that's as far out as it goes, and we're going to, um,
yeah, I mean they actually show the toe slope.
yeah, yeah, that's this
Yeah.
right here. Yeah, slope.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So they're showing us where, it supposedly intersects that. But we would figure out like what's the downslope on this? What do their design plans show that to be? A 3-to-1 or a 2? I don't know what it is. Um, and like here's another one, but see, this is a driveway here, I guess. So that slope gets, yeah, see, that turns around here. It doesn't come off of this road here. So we would need to not apply. So we would stop applying this downslope at some point here and then start it back up again here and go that direction. All right. Yeah. So see what you can get me on on the profile, and then we'll come in here and
All right.
put this thing out. All right. All right. So let me pause. Record. And now I got your emails. I haven't loaded them up and looked at them yet, but we'll do this. Now, what I did do is I went ahead and saved this drawing that we've been exploding stuff in off to just a new name. I just called it Lake Road. And so we can sort of try to simplify this. I've kept all the others as copies in a different folder. So I guess I don't really use that block there. If yeah, see what was that I can explode. Don't maybe even need it, but I'll go ahead and explode it, and then it's also a block. Oh, that's a clipping boundary. Okay, so we don't need that. All right. So we're going to take a look at these two files that you sent. You've got a profile and a center line. So if I go to my roads menu, I will draw the center line file. Looks like that lays on right on top. It's pretty good. So there it is, station to station. You've got that curve there, which is a 305-foot radius. So now when you built this, did you just create it from the drawing or did you type it in from numbers? The center line.
Sometimes I'll draw a polyline
Yeah.
over
Well,
the center line and then
yeah,
do the
I mean, they already, see, they had it drawn in there. You could have used theirs. Now here's, let me see here. Whoops.
well, like their center line doesn't extend the whole way through the job. It's broken up into pieces.
Oh, okay. So you stuck them together and created a continuous,
Right.
right? Okay. So and it looks like it matches everything. That's all I was checking.
Yeah.
Yeah. See right there, it's what is that? Let's see if I select. Oh, there we go. Yeah. See that it has its endpoints right smack where they're supposed to be. So that looks good. All right. So the center line's good. And let's look at the profile editor. See, here's how, if you've got, let's see, what did we have? Over here.
Last one, that PRO.
Yeah, yeah, I know that one, but I wanted to take a look at the drawing part of, there's nothing, there's no gotchas in there. It looks, so when you built your profile, you got to this sheet and typed in the information, all the curve data and stuff.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, so you can, if you ever get something like this and you get it as part of a DWG file or DGN that you turn into one, you can actually, just like you would do the center line, you can take that drawn profile and make a PRO file out of it. And that's this create
Mhm.
profile from screen entities. So you can do it that way and it will do it. And then you could, there's a best fit routine. I'm not sure if it's in takeoff. It might only be in civil. Anyway, you can do it so that it, otherwise, when you do it from the screen, you're going to get all those little line segments that form that parabolic curve. So it's not the best way to do it. I'm going to say, or I'm sorry, not from screen entities, but from the polyline on the profile grid. That's what it is. So if you've got a profile drawn in a drawing and it shows you, you know, the grids and the elevation, the stations, and the actual profile, you can actually read that and it will generate that PRO file. But I think the easiest way to do it is if you had the information like you have here is to take that curve information and build the profile file. So that's really the best way of doing that. So now, if we look at that profile editor, so that then the 1050 to 1150 a reference center line. Lake Road. So you're starting at 1050, go to 1725. Lake Road goes from 5 to 24 plus 21.5. So it's a lot longer than the profile. You only put the profile in for your stuff, right? Well, it's pretty flat up there, isn't it? I do at one time. Yeah, see, that's as flat as that road is. All right, so now we've got the profile, we've got the center line. So what we would do is, let's go ahead and start building this as a roadway now instead of just trying to draw those geometries, which would still work. But I'll show you how this is going to go. Plus, we got the sections. Yeah, so you can also, by the way, just so you know, if you've got sections like this, you can build the road from the sections itself. You actually build that and it will create it as an envelope. And then you just push it down so it goes section to section and creates, chunks of the road like that. That's sort of what we're going to be doing, but we're going to actually use a profile. So here's a 2%. That's in the straights. Still straights. There's some of your super elevation. There we go. Yeah, okay. So good information to have. Oh, clever little tree stump there. I like that. Okay.
The other thing was like, go back on that plan view. Would, what about building the riprap slopes here?
Yeah, these in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, what we would need to do though, we would build this in, and as this template comes out and it goes out and it seeks, like it looks like when it's hitting Toa slope down here is where it's tying into the existing ground. And then you get out to here and then we would actually extend that coming out here, or if we know that these are definitely, we'd go back to the sections and look at these side slope values, what percent they are, build those down at a certain distance. And so we've got, yeah, right in here. Where are we? I guess about midway.
I guess so the riprap that's under the bridge,
Yeah, that's shown here in this section, right? Or not, I mean, that's the approach. Wh-
Right.
Where's the bridge itself?
Yeah, they don't do sections for the bridge.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, so what we do though in here is that we come up and where the bridge starts is we keep our same templates going, but when we get to the bridge, in fact, you're coming into this bridge along a curve, but the bridge itself is not curved, so it's rectangular. Um, so what we would do is we come up to this point of the bridge right where we join, and we turn the template off and then let it go across the gap, and then we pick it up and turn it back on from here down. And then to build this bridge, we would, you wouldn't offset the center line because you got a partial curve here, but you would from this point out to the edge, you could offset that. And now is that bridge deck flat or does it have a 2% cross on the crown?
That has a 6% super elevation on the bridge.
Oh, all right. So the bridge is actually super elevated, the entire bridge, even in the straight part.
Yep.
Okay. Or is it just
And
finished
as soon as we get past abutment two, it starts transitioning back.
back down to like right in here? Oh, I see. You got another culvert. Well, the culvert crossing is different. Um, okay, so the bridge, yeah, I mean, so we could, once we turn that off, now we're super elevated at this point coming into the curve and we got the run out coming out of the curve. Does the bridge follow that run out or does it stay full 6% all the way across?
It's a full 6% all the way across.
Okay, so we could just, and we would keep that going out to there until we get to here, and then we'd start transitioning back to wherever we come back to normal. Um, yeah, okay. So good information to have. All right, so let's take a look at
So
how,
well, I guess what I was getting at was, do I make a separate surface to build the riprap in which is under the bridge?
um, yeah, that would be what I would do because we know, I mean, we know where it ties to the existing and all that. So, but
And the wildlife path is flat and it's sloped on either side. And,
yeah, and so what I would do on the bridge itself, my, let's call it my future grade. I'm going to be, from the toe of slope up across the road down to the toe of slope. That's all my future grade surface. And it's going to come out here and it's going to wrap itself around and come around like this. Okay. And then it's going to do the same thing over here and it's all going to be part of that. And then the bridge is going to be basically dead space, but I would span across it, with 3D geometry, just 3D drawing information, because it's going to, and when I apply my road surface, that's going to set those edges over here, but I wouldn't put them into a surface. The only surface part I would do is to come out here to the bottom and come around and then come
all
back.
right.
Same thing on this end over here. Okay. So basically this heavy outline around everything, that's going to be my future grade.
All right.
And my existing grade, of course, is all this other stuff in here. But we can do all that. And what we're going to do is we're going to use this road information to generate this all the way up to where we turn it off. And then we're going to go in here and build this as a separate one by itself and then merge that into this one. And same thing here, we pick it back up and let the road build it. And then we merge, and then we build a separate one for this part and then merge it
Mhm.
into that part. And then those actually two, even though they're two separated parts, they can still be part of the same future grade surface. It can be
All
discontinuous.
right.
So we can do all that. So let's see what our approach would be here. We've got our center line in, so we're going to need to create a road for that. So we would go to our roads menu, and there's two things here at the bottom. One is process road design, and that's fine if you're doing a single road, a single um, main design. But that doesn't give you the opportunity to merge to blend that in with those little side streets and driveways and such that come on. If you're going to use those and you want to put that as part of this road design, you need to use road network. So really the only difference is process road design is the very same thing. It's putting together center lines, profiles, and sections or templates rather to handle a single road. A road network handles a network of multiple roads, and you would model those little side entrances as separate individual roads. Just little stubs. They're fine like that. And but it could be, think about say a subdivision that has long roads and they intersect and tie together. That's what road network is designed to do. And what it does do is when it generates the edge of pavement, there's an edge of pavement. Um, Let me just draw, I'm just going to sketch a couple things here. So we've got an edge of pavement for that little road here. We've got the edge of pavement over here for this one that goes across. Let's see here. Say from here to here, and then from here to here. All right, so what happens is this, let me get those two things here. So what happens is when this road, if it were to continue, it would just run straight across it like this and intersect this road. This road would continue run across and intersect it. But when we have a center line and we would say, and I'm just going to eyeball them here. And let's make that, oh, got my standard color. Let's see. And then if we did, the same thing here. So this then is going to recognize that as an intersection. And when it does that, it's going to, it's going to take what would be, well, actually it would be up here, extend. Now it would work even if it went all the way across, it would take all four of these out. So what happens when it processes, it's going to do something like this. Okay, and then it's going to, let's say you've got, you've defined the radius values for that little curb return on the edge of pavement. And let's say it's, let's say 25 feet on this side. And let's say it's 40 feet. Oops. Because we're at a skew, so it would be a 40 is probably too much. Let's see. Let's just say 30. Whatever those would be, you can define them individually. And actually, I'm going the wrong direction with it here. There we go, something like that. So what happens is because you define the two roadways, and this template is, let's say those are 10-foot lanes, and these templates over here, maybe they're 15-foot lanes. but it has a name for this part of the feature called an edge of pavement. And you would also name this part of this template edge of pavement. And when it sees the intersection, it knows to do all that stuff internally, and it will generate all that for you. And the thing about it is it ties everything together vertically as well. So this is coming along based on a vertical offset from the profile of this road. This is coming along based on a offset from this profile, and it ties all that stuff together and, puts it in as a new separate, these the little arcs become separate alignments and separate profiles that you can edit individually as well. Okay, so that's the way all of this stuff is going to work when we do it. But so when we do that, see here, this is on it's roadway drive gravel. So we would give this, we probably name this road, gravel drive. And, are there others? Up here's another. We name that road field entrance. Here's another one up here. So we could do all that. And you see, they're actually showing this, guardrail coming around here. So there's a radius associated with that. It says 18-inch pipe, 15-foot radius for here, assuming that might be the same radius over here. We would have to look at the plans to see what they meant. And so, and again, here's another one. Little roadway there, little roadway here. So we won't do them all. We'll model one of them and see how we do it. So that's going to be how road network will allow you to work, because it automatically recognizes those, and the center lines have to intersect for it to recognize it as an intersection. And then we're going to define that based on that intersection. So now this is before our road, so we won't worry about that one. Where do we start? Up here at 10 plus 25, you said. So we've got this field entrance. We can put that one in. Now, that doesn't have a radius as a curve, so that one might be we could model that by, instead of making that an actual radius value, we could make the radius of that intersection 0. And then we would define this edge. So even though we call this, say, two, I don't know, 8-foot lanes, but we're going to tell it to follow this path instead of 4 feet off from the center line, and then follow this path instead of 4 feet off from the center line. And so it overrides that definition of that width and follows that line that we tell it. And that, as long as we've got that same name, it's going to then intersect those two, and it will interrupt our edge of pavement on our main road so that those two surfaces will meet at grade, if that's what it's supposed to be. Now, if this field entrance, if it's just a dirt road that comes up to it and we're not stopping our road for it, then there's no need to really model that. We can just keep our road as it is. So we're showing a gravel entrance. Yeah, see, that might be something that we wouldn't even necessarily bother with that because it's not a true road. But if we needed to interrupt our edge of pavement right through here to follow that around, then we could do that. Now, the advantage of doing that when we do interrupt this is that as we build this stuff and then we run our reports from the road network, it's going to accumulate all of the asphalt and all of the stone underneath it and everything that we used to build this road and to build this road. And it would accumulate all of that material into your total so that you've got, nice takeoff that you can use for your bidding and such. So this is really probably the one that we would do. All right, so let's take a look at doing that. Let's go to roads and we'll use our road network. And we're going to call this Lake Road. Let me use capital letters so you can read it better. And now what we have here are these different things that can happen. And again, this grading objects and curb cuts, that's new in this version. That's something I actually haven't seen that part before. I haven't used it much before, but it looks like they've given us a way to interrupt those curbs without having to create those as side streets. So that could work nicely for us. And it could be things like, you know, parking lot entrances. And we used to have to do that by still defining that as a roadway. So it looks like that may be added to make it even easier. So the first thing, let's take a look at our settings in our network. So I'm going to come right here to this settings button, and we're going to talk about what happens here. And this is why when we have an existing surface, that's going to use that to target our side slopes with. If we don't have one, the side slopes won't build. So we would need to do that from those existing contours. We may have to go back and do that, but all right, so here's our station interval, and what did we say those were? 25 feet. Okay, so our station's every 25 feet, but as we get to an intersection, we're going to tighten that up to 15 or to 5 feet, and then maybe every 10 feet across a bridge. And this maximum offset for the existing cross section, 80 feet either side, should be enough to catch our side toe slopes. We just put this in, and this doesn't. Let's say we make this number too small, and a side slope was way out here somewhere to catch. It doesn't keep it from processing. It just doesn't accumulate the materials correctly, and it'll give you a warning, and you can just come back and change that number to be bigger, reprocess, and it will pick it up. So that part would work. If you update your design files, the center lines and the profiles, you can have it automatically bring everything along with it. So it will pick up any side streets that intersect or cross and move it up and down to match your main road. And you have it automatically, or just have it say prompt. So if you do make a change, it's going to prompt you because you might be making a bunch of changes and you don't want it reprocessing everything over and over and over every time you make a little change. So I would leave that to prompt. And let's see, run process on network changes, use system arc reduction. So tied to existing, and that's where we'd have to have that existing surface. So if I say that, it won't process the side slopes. So let's leave that part off. Processing intersections, and again, that's going to take care of those curb returns and such. We have it on. And then connecting the roads would be where it would make sure they go and actually connect. Output options you can have as part of this process. It can actually triangulate and contour the road surface itself. So it would build that road terrain model. And I'm going to uncheck it right now. We're just going to have it draw and see, but then we would come back in and set that up and create the actual road surface. Well, no, I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead and turn it on. So I'll triangulate and contour. I'm going to do the setup, and this is just like your triangulate and contour. We're going to write a file, and let's call it Lake Road Surface. And you can have it draw the contours, and let's put the contours on, let's see, C dash road dash COT dash INT for intermediate. Every 1 foot would be fine. Draw indexes on C dash COT dash, sorry, C dash road dash T dash IDX for index. And it would be every 5 feet. Smoothing. No labels. So that should be all we need for that. We'll hit OK. We'll hit OK. In a minute here. Let's see, we're going to output the top surface now instead of the subgrade. So you can have this generate a surface to be your subgrades if that would, if you got your machine out there, with GPS on it, you can actually work on that subgrade. And then you could say, have that tie into merge into an existing surface. We'll keep it separate for now. You can write this stakeout file so you can actually have it generate points that the surveyors will go out and stake in the field, various points and such. You can output coordinates. And one of the things that I like to do on some of my road designs, when it goes down through sag curves, I want it to output points, and I would go into my setup and I would say that I want to output, and there's from the last time I ran it, my curb. So that face of curb point on the template, and I want it to, down here, you see at the bottom, I say profile load stations. So it would actually create points and put them in the drawing at the low point of the curb of the curve of the vertical curve, and it would output them up against where the face of curb is. So now I know where to put my inlets. Okay, so that's just something that I would do. Typically, I'll turn that off. We won't do them for now. We don't need the right-of-way polylines. And these 3D template polylines and the disturbed area, all that looks good. Report options are just precisions, and whether you want to report cut and fill, end areas, etc. We'll just leave these set as such. Display options, if you select something over here in the network, like one of the different roads or an intersections, you can have it zoom to that section or highlight, or you can thicken that. So that's what I generally leave that set to. And then highlight the current intersection, cul-de-sac, bridge, or curb cut, and you set it to none. Put a target on it or a pointer, and the target is, it draws a circle. Pointer draws an arrow, and they're temporary. They just show up when you select them. Then our defaults. Here are our transitions. When we go through an intersection, this radius, and you see this, the template ID, I'm going to change that to EOP, so edge of pavement. And we have to make sure we name in our template, we name that EOP. And so we're going to give it a radius. Let's call it 25 feet for now. And then as that road comes up and crosses or meets our road, it's going to create a vertical curve to tie into that crossing. And it's going to be of a certain length and a distance of the PDI on that transition curve from the center line of the crossing of the intersection itself. So how far back, and then for side intersections, those are the little curves on the returns. It's going to actually create a vertical curve in that little profile that it makes in that arc of whatever length. And we can change all these on the fly as we're working. All right, and then you've got a method, if you've got, a main road and crossing streets, whether you want to hold the main crown or you're going to flatten it, or not flatten it, but you're going to grade everything radial from the curb face on each of those roads. So we typically would hold the main crown, and then we're going to identify one as the main road. And then how it does the profiles for these crossing streets as well. It's going to generate PVIs for the grades coming in and out, and transition as you go across an intersection, where does it stop the grading on the main road pavement to go across the entire intersection, or just come up to the midpoint of the intersection? So we'll go across the entire cul-de-sacs. I'm not doing any cul-de-sacs there, so that should be what we need at this point, and say okay. And we're going to come up here now, save what we've done so far, which is just the settings. Now we're going to add a road. So we're going to add existing surface not set. Okay, so there we go. We have to create the existing surface, even though we haven't done one yet. All right, so let's save this and exit, and let's build that existing surface. Let's see, what do we have? These are existing contours, right?
Yeah.
All right, so if we isolate, oh, wait a minute, let me, yeah, if I isolate this and this, I get the text too, and I want to get that existing center line. I saw that in there. There it is. And I think that's all we need. Might need the envelope as well. Let's get contours. So this may or may not be exactly what we need, but now we've got that. So now the existing center line is drawn, so it will act as a break line. No, it's not going to. Yeah, we would need an existing profile to follow. All right, let's just, yeah, we'll do that. Let's set these. All right, so that's 125 to 6, 7, 28 to 930. So it's climbing up the hill here. So this is probably 35. So we have to put elevations on these contours, and we use that to build our surface. So to quickly do that, I'm going to go back now and change to my colors. I'm going to go to my settings, Carlson configure, take off site nets. All my colors are there, set to be on. Okay, so that's good. Now, if I can get this to come, yeah, it's going to come back. The under takeoff, I'm going to set the layer for existing is going to be this. I'll also get the labels so I can see them, and that. And I still want, I can't tell which is which now. Let's do that. All right, so there's my existing has been set, but there's no elevation on it. So I'm going to now come to my display. I'm going to turn on my little toolbar here. Take off display. and I'm going to turn off other. So now there's what I've got to elevate based on those numbers. So I'm going to take this now. I know it's going uphill and I'm starting there at 130. There's 125. So I can start 126 and elevate all of those.
So that crown line is that's not actually a contour. That's just
Right. Well, I'm going to use it as a break line. What I'm going to
all
do
right.
is let it, uh, after I elevate the contours, I'm
Oh yeah, yeah. That makes
elevate
sense.
it
Yeah.
as it crosses the contours. Now, where it gets into a bit of a problem is as it comes down here, you see it doesn't actually go through the peak here.
Yeah.
So it probably should. Uh,
Well, because it's super elevated.
right.
The
No, no,
existing.
I understand. It is just a horizontal alignment. I understand that. So, we may need to, um, add in, from this point, we'll go from, say, where it intersects here, maybe swing up to pick up this peak and then come back down through the middle of it. And it's going to be very slight, but we do want to pick that part up. And then it's going to be, we'll have one that goes from here to here to here, and then also one from here to here to here to here. We'll just add those in real quickly.
Yeah.
So, but that's what I'm going to do with that. And it's showing up red now because it's not elevated as yet. So we're going to start with 126. So we're going to go to our elevate menu and we're going to assign elevation, contour elevations, multiple in series. We're going to do it by one. We're not going to change the properties of them. So it's going to be a 1 foot change. I'll say okay. And we're going to give it a start point, a first point. We're going to go from here up to here. And we're going to start with 126. And we're going to go up. All right, so those now are elevated. And now,
What command was that you used?
under elevate, assign contour elevations, multiple in series.
All right. Yep.
Okay.
Got it.
We've got to do now the 130 where it broke across the label. We need to match that to, so we can just say, from contour labels even. So a sample of the text would be here. A sample of the contour line would be here. A second sample, I don't have any. And then we'll just say all. And this one was a little too far away, apparently. It didn't pick that one up, but that's no problem because we have elevate, sign contour elevation, just a single elevation group. We'll say 130. It's fine. We'll give it that. Oh, none for 131. So that took care of 130. Now, what do we do here? There's 125, goes down to 120. So we can do that sign multiple in series. And we'll start here and go to here. And we'll start with 126. And we'll go down. So that one's done.
What was that?
That was that same by series. And so we did
It
that.
should have been 124 going down.
Oh, you're exactly right. Thank you. Gosh. I'm glad one of us is paying attention. All right. So start.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, that's true. So 124 going down. All right. So let's verify what we got here. We got 3 polylines there. That one. So that should be 125. It is 125. This one, oh man, we got 3 again. I'll take those 2 out. That one is 125. That one is 126. That's correct. Let's get, I don't know why it's, something happened that caused that to not erase, or maybe they were in there twice to begin with. All right, that's also 125. 124. So those all look good. I'm just going to spot check a few here. 125. 25. 25, 26, 27, 28. That's good. Okay. Yeah, see, it was when we elevated by text. Apparently it took something, tripled it up unless. I tell you what we'll do, instead of doing those individually, let's just go to drawing cleanup and move duplicate line work. Got rid of 33s. Okay, good. Now we should be good to go. All right, so now this one being 31, 2, 3, and 4, I don't know if that's a depression contour or it doesn't really matter. We'll just make it that way. So now if we sign,
That's outside our work area anyway, so
yeah, that's true.
I'm looking at the other drawing. Based on its location, it looks like a depression, but there's a culvert under a driveway.
All right. So this elevation will be 130, 1, 2, 3, 2. 132 will be that one. And then 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 135 would be that one. So now notice they didn't change colors here until I hit enter. So now that I've changed those, they've elevated. Now there's one thing you can do. We're using those commands from the elevate menu to give these elevations, and that's when they change color and tell us that we have an elevation. But let's say we just want this one to be, let's see, 120, we're heading, there's 120. This is, all right, so that's 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There's 20. So this is possibly 119. We're going to make all of those say 119. So if we select them and come over here now in the properties, why won't it elevation? We call it 119. Now, when we use a command like that, we're not taking it from the elevate menu. We need to go back to the takeoff menu and say update colors for said elevation. Then they'll do it. Otherwise, when we do it, it takes care of it automatically. And so this is, that's a major contour. So that's only 120 also.
How did you update the
So what if you use a command that's not from this elevate menu,
yeah.
to set the elevation, and all I did was I selected it and changed its
Yeah.
properties.
Yeah.
Then you go back to the takeoff menu and you choose update colors for set elevation.
All right.
Okay. And then we'll make these. Just make them 121, doesn't really matter. Okay, so now there's 115, so 16, 17, 18, 19. So we're going to do that elevate in series. We're going to go from here to here. We're going to start with 116 and go up. And that one, 115, just for yucks. And this is probably the same as that one, 115. Let's see, that's on a major, so that would be 115. Sixteen, 17, 18, 19. There's 20. Make that also 120. It's on a major. Those out there, let's see, 120, 115, that's 16, so 17, 18, and 19. Do that in series. 118 up. And it's 120, 120. And it's very possibly 121. Make this one 114. This one 121. And get rid of that one. So and those, there's 120 coming up here. So let's make that one 121. So this one is also 121. That one is 119. See how these colors are really useful to help, as you're going along through here.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the 120s. That's 119. There's one. That anymore. That's 120. 19. We're just going to make these little rises.
Do you use MicroStation at all?
Oh, yeah, quite a bit. In some of my other work. And it's not a choice. I mean, I do like it, but it's also because the client requests that, it's typical. Now, what is this? That would be a one, that's a major, so that's a 120. That's a major, it's a 120. That's a minor. So these two are 20. So if this guy is 118, make this guy 119. And this one is 18, 17. Is this on a major? Yeah, so that's a 115. 16. 17. That is 16. So we say that one is like this one, a 116. So that was 5. That one is 27. So these two are 116. I'm sorry, 126. So that was 25. That is 24. We can also, if we elevate by change elevation, absolute, we can either select or enter an elevation. If we select, we can just pick the elevation of that. Yeah. I'll now select what you want to change. All right, so there we go. All right. So we won't worry about those little guys in there. We'll leave them flat for now. But that would be the process. So now let's make sure we've got that one, 124, 126. So if we go back to elevate and change elevation, that's the similar to going over here to the properties, but it lets you either type, you see the options on the command line, I can enter or I can select the line work. So if I know that it connects up through here, I'm just going to select that line work and now select what I want to change, is that one. Okay, select another line work to change. So it's going to be this one and it's going to match that one. Select another one, will be this one and that one. I hit enter and it will update. Yeah, we'll leave those alone. You know, see, this is it's a minor. It's a major, so that's a 120. So we'll take this, change that. It's a minor, so that's, 119 or so. All right, so if we say this guy and this guy and this guy, we'll make 119. And we're gonna pick this, we're gonna pick that. And that. And we'll repeat, change elevation. We'll pick this and we'll make it that one. And we'll do this one, then this one. So 127, 29. 27 goes up. That could be a depression, but all that's on minor. And also is on minor. So this one was 27, 28. This one then is probably 29. Yep, looks like it over there. So if I take the series, I'm going to go from here to here. I'm going to start with 129 and go down. So the elevation. Pick this and I'll make that. So now that we're going to go from here to here, starting at 131, going up. Repeat here to here, 136 going up. Here to here. One going up. Most likely 146. Edit, we'll make its elevation 146. Up to colors. And now this one would be 134, 144 rather. Oh, did I make this wrong? 146, that's right. So this will be 144. So I'll change elevations. I'm going to make that one 144, as well as that one, as well as that one and that one. Would be 43, so then it should be 42. Yep. Got those. Yeah. All right. Now what do we do in here? We are at 42, 43. So if that's 42 and that's 43. 443, then this should be 42 as well. That's 42 and that's 42. That's 42. That's 40. Okay. So this was 40, 39, so 39. I'll take this and I will make that. And then I'm going to do in series here, starting from here to here, 138 going down. That was 42. This should be on a major. It is, so that's 40, 41. So I would do here to here, 141 going down. That's 41, that's 42. That should be 43, no, so that's 43, 44, 45, 46. So if that's 43, that's 42. This needs to be 42. Is that right? That is 42. So that needs to be. I don't like the fact that if that's 41, it jumps to 43 in here. See, 42. There needs to be something in there. So 42 could come back
That's
up.
way outside the work area.
Yeah, I would just make it 42. All right, just about there. That is 42. 42. All right, so let's finish these up. Series. Go to 120 is way down there. So 120. 120. All right, so we'll do that here. From here to here, 121 up. And there's 130. This one, 131. That would be also 131. 2. Verify we got 25, 24, 26. Okay, so we change elevation. We're going to pick this and we're going to make that. And then we're going to pick this and that. And we'll see 125.
Does the road network require an existing surface.
Yeah, that's why we're throwing these in here real quick. It's got to have that, even if we tell it not to intersect, it still needs it defined. So let's see here now. We had 25. This was 27. And that is 23. So that's 120. This will be 121. And 24. Going down. So let's do these. From here to here, 119 going down. Match that to that. That to that. All right, I'm not going to fool with any of those in there any further. Let's see, maybe make 116. So this is 18. This is enough there. We've got 25. It's 27, so that needs to be 26. I think that'll give us enough there. Let's get these figured out. This one was 9. That one was, we're going to get rid of that extra one. That one is 30, 29, so this will be 28. So 8. Good enough there. This was 28, so this is probably 27. Let's see. Yeah, so 27. Here for 27 going down. That one will be 122. All right, that should be enough. Team.
Let's wait on the river stream. So how do you elevate the crown line?
All right, so the crown itself, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this element, which is the center line. Looks like it's broken right there anyway. And we're going to tell it to, everywhere it crosses a contour, it's going to assign the elevation. What we,
Right. Oh, you forgot one contour that's right to the left of where that line ends, right in the middle of the road. I believe there's a 130 contour now. No, no. Right in the
this,
center of the screen.
right,
Go to your right. See that spot right there? Keep going right. Keep going right with the cursor right there. That's
so 30.
130, I think.
Yeah, so that's a 130. That was 129. Yep. Good eye. Yep. So that's a 130. So it'll pick that up as it crosses and then it hits 130 again. See, it's going to stay pretty flat, obviously, totally flat.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this as a break line as it crosses. I'm going to also, um, I'm going to set, I'm going to set on that layer and I'm going to just create a line from here down to just some point in here. That'll be enough for that one. And then I'll come down here and I'll put in this little edge and that should be all we need for that. I'll have to pick this up to here as well. I think, no, I only need it right there. Okay. All right, so we've got that as a layer. What is my current layer? I'm going to make object layer current, that one there. So I'm on that layer. I'm going to draw a 2D polyline from here to here and then to here. Actually, I'm going to get rid of that vertex and just make this an arc.
Now, should we connect those lines where that break is?
No, the fact that this is separate, that's separate to there, we don't need to. We can. It's a it's an existing line. It doesn't hurt. We'll go ahead and connect it. Directly connect and be fine. So we'll connect this one to that one. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to keep it all together as a unit. No real requirement to have to do that because as long as we get everything elevated, that way we can do it with one pick. So that'll work. All right, so now we're going to draw another 2D poly.
Well, I was just wondering where, like, it was midway between contours, like that when you did the command to elevate both those lines, how far off would they be near where they were, near where the intersection was?
Where those two touched?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
maybe.
coming off of 129 and then the other line's coming off
Right,
130.
right, because where, let's say it broke right in here, when
Right.
it elevated this one, it would cross this and it would project it out and stop. And then this one would be projected back from the other. So they might not meet. So that might be probably a better idea to do it that way. Yes. All right. So now the first thing that we're going to elevate is going to be this one. And then we're going to elevate these extra ones that I drew in because this
Mhm.
will now have elevation. So we're going to go to elevate and we're going to 2D to 3D by screen entities, ignoring zeros, extrapolate ends is fine. And so we're going to say, convert this polyline and now select everything that anything that it crosses. So I can actually just, circle, window everything or just type the word all. And so anything that it crosses, it's now going to have an elevation. And if I update that by color, so it's now elevated. And so now I'm going to do that same thing. I'm going to change this guy and this guy. And I'm going to say all and update my colors. Oh, see something in here that we missed. Change elevation. I'm going to select and get that. I'm going to select and get that. Okay. Decent enough to build my surface. Now, might as well get these while we're at it. That to that. That to that. And that to that. All right. Oops. All right, that should be good enough for us. And we need a boundary around this as we go to build our surface. So I'm going to draw a shrink wrap entities and I'm going to give this a pretty, yeah, a medium, let's say, we're a boundary 10. All right, so we're going to need to tighten this up a little bit in here and undo a couple of those. So if I take this, I make this my current, I'm going to draw from here across to here. I use that to trim this part of that. We'll join that back up in a minute. So I remove polyline vertex. Pretty good there. Oops.
Is that
we go.
What command did you use to remove all those?
To get them all done at once
Yeah,
or fast like that, it's on the edit menu and it's polyline utilities and it's a remove polyline function and it's remove polyline vertex. But you see that icon?
yeah,
That tells you that it's on a toolbar somewhere. Now I happen to have my polyline toolbar, which is up here
yeah,
at the top, and it's that same icon. It looks like a pencil eraser over a red vertex.
yeah.
So that's the command that I use. So I
Mhm.
go to here and then I can just start and you just click near. You don't have to snap to it. And it will actually just take out the nearest ones. And I could have probably done instead of using a medium reduction, I should have used like a low reduction to get rid of some of those. But what I'm going to wind up, see, I need to bring this up in here. So I'm going to add a vertex to it now. So I'm going to go back here and do this add button. I'm going to choose this and I'm going to come all the way up to here. Uh-oh. Actually, I need to just do this with a grip because when you do it with that other command, it takes the nearest perpendicular. So that was why it pulled it from the other side over there.
Yeah.
So now let me reduce these a little bit.
So is it helpful to reduce the vertices on the?
Well, what we're doing is we're defining the boundary of our surface. So as it goes way up inside like that, it won't create surface information there. Now, if you know, we don't care and we don't have any information out here, so I'm going to leave those things like they are. But up here, see, it jumped across. So
Yeah.
it's going to fill this in with long triangles that don't really mean anything. So I had to get rid of that and then add that up. Same thing's going to happen up here. I need to sort of wrap this around this way
Yeah.
so that it doesn't build all this surface information. I'm going to also just sort of open this up a little bit, let it extrapolate in there just for consistency. And
Sorry about my dog.
oh, that's all right. Dogs are part of the family.
My wife just got home. She's
Uh,
probably gonna sit in the car in the garage for a half hour talking to her mother. So the dog's gonna bark until she comes in.
yeah, no problem. And so now I'm going to just take this and just add a few here as just to turn around here. They don't have to snap to anything. I'm just defining the limits of where this is going to compute to. Yeah, my granddaughters just got they just got a dog for their family for the first time and we're excited. So all right. So now we have a boundary. So let's do our and we can do this several ways. We could do this make existing, make design, all that, but that's using that takeoff method by those uh, layer definitions. I'm going to step away from that takeoff method and go back to this road building. So I'm going to just triangulate this data. I have a boundary. I have the data that I'm going to use, which is, we're looking at it right there. So I'm just going to go to surface and choose triangulate and contour. Now I'm going to go to my contour tab, make sure I turn that off because I've already got drawn contours. I'm not going to pollute it up with that. I'm going to write the file though, and I'm going to call this Lake Road -EX for existing. I'll save that. And I'm going to come down here and I'm going to check to use inclusion, exclusion areas. And the method will be to trim the edges at that boundary. I'm going to ignore zeros. This business to densify the break lines, it adds extra points along, like if you've got any of the line work in there has points real far separated, it densifies those, but it does it in memory. It doesn't add it into the drawing. So I always like to do that to give myself a little bit of, more contours. Now, because we are taking our data from contours, I'm going to turn on this minimize flats, and that's going to take care of like some of those other little nosed shape contours like you can see over here. We didn't draw those break lines in there. So I'm going to rely on that to give me, what I'm needing in that case. So now it wants me to pick this time because I said I'm using an inclusion polyline. It asks me to pick that first. So here's what that minimize flats. You see, I didn't draw those break lines down these noses like the center line is for the center line of the road. I could have, if I had the edge of pavement, actually I do have the edge of pavement. I could put those on there. This will be good enough. Let's just go ahead and follow this. So there's my inclusion polyline. I only have one, so I'll hit enter to finish. I have no exclusions, so I'll hit enter to finish. And now select what I want to triangulate. I'll just type all, hit enter to finish. And now discarded perimeter polymer because not closed up. Okay. So it didn't do it because, well, it did it, but when I selected this, that's not a closed polyline. You see this gap right here? Remember we added that and trimmed it. So we need to either join that or we can just delete that now and then select this and tell it to close. Now we can go back and do that triangulate contour. Say, okay, yes, overwrite, and we select the perimeter. No exclusions, then we type all. Okay, we got a file. Let's take a look at it real quick to make sure there's no problems with it.
So
Go ahead.
see that in the triangulate and contour.
Yeah.
Did was there a setting where it didn't select the lines that weren't elevated?
Yes. Sorry. I'll show you that. It's surface triangulate and contour. It's this guy right here. Ignore zero elevations.
All right.
All right, so I'm happy with that. It's not perfect. We could spend a lot of effort to get rid of some of those stair-steppy things, but it's, for what we're
Right.
doing with it, it's not
Yeah.
going to be worth fooling with. You
Right.
see right in there, if I had taken those edges of pavement, just
Yeah.
like I did that existing center line and elevated those, it would have fixed that up pretty nicely, I think.
Right.
But we'll live with this. We've got a target we can work with now. Okay.
Right.
So let's now turn everything back on. Here's my display other, and it could be everything's going to come in gray. When that comes back on, I don't have any design dictated, but that's that. I can actually now, I'll just close that off, and I'm going to because I've got everything elevated, I want to come in here. I'm going to select everything and change its color back to by layer. So now I can sort of keep track of what things look like. So now, to help clear up some of the clutter, I'm going to freeze off some layers. And that's,
Is it a good time to
oh yeah, it's a good lunch break. Good heavens, I'm glad you caught that. All right, yeah. Let's go ahead and take your full hour. If you're following along, save your file. I'll save it here as well, and we'll come back. I'll see you back at let's say 20 after.
All right.
All right, see you in a bit.
Yep.
All right, so what do we have here? Let's see if we can get rid of some clutter. There we go. We can freeze a few layers here. So I'm going to go to view, and I'm going to freeze layer by pick. So I'm going to freeze that, freeze these cross-section lines, this text, maybe these bugs. All right. Yeah, I think we're getting a little bit done here. Let's see now. Okay. All right, so let's go back to our road network. Now that we have a file, we'll go to our settings, change our existing surface. Now we've got an existing surface that we can target. So we've created that. Now let's add in our road. So we're going to come here to the add button, and we're going to add based on a centerline file. Since we have it, there's that road. And now you can see when we select, just say okay for now. Okay, I know. So we've got that. Now we'll, up here is where the station and gap settings, this is where we can put in specific, like the cut and fill gaps as we go across the bridge. That's where we'll turn off the side slopes on that part. And then any gaps in the template we could add, but we're going to have just a template here when we go. And now you can see what this does is these buttons on the left are going to, they're going to name and select the files that we're going to be using. And the buttons on the right are going to put us into those editors. So for instance, the design profile, if I choose edit, it's going to bring me into that road editor, which goes from station 500 to 2421. Oh, I see. We've got, let's go to the design profile, which is that one. See, it created those two automatically based on the road name of the center line, and that's why it was just a straight line from start to stop. So if we tie this one now to it, and then we can edit that one, that's going to be now. I think yours started at what, 1050?
Yeah.
So it has actually placed in this little upfront part. Because our center line started back at 500, and then it goes on out to, here's our last design station, then it went on out to there as well. Now we could add in these vertical curves to go through these points out here, you know, to pick up those incoming vertical curves if we wanted to or we could trim off our center line at station 500. That's probably the better approach. So we start that at 1050 instead of 500. Let me think here a minute. If we just save this, let's see, that's already done. Right here, this full range, we're going to put in our values from the original profile, which was 1050 to what was it?
1725.
Okay. I'm still missing the template. Yes. So now let's look at this edit, see if it, yeah, 1050 to 1725. Okay, now we'll do a design template. So now we need to create, we'll call it Lake Road Standard. And then we'll edit that template. Now, we're going to need things like, what is our pavement width? Let's go up here to our first one. Well, it's 13. So we have what? 15, 16, some odd. Is it 16? Looks like it's 16 on the right. And it's 16 and a little bit more on the left. Now that's 16 on the left and 16 on the right. On that one, 16 to 16. So it looks like 16 is our standard width. So let's edit our template. And we'll put in we'll start with the grade. And we're going to have a slope of -2% for a distance of 16 feet. And we're going to call that EOP. And now, what do we have? That goes immediately to the cut and fill slopes. Oh, no. I see. It comes here to 11 and then has a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a 5-foot shoulder at 4%. Okay. So let's go back and double click this and change that 16 to 11. And now we're going to add another grade, which will be the shoulder, and that's going to be a -4% for 5 feet. We'll call it SHLD for shoulder. And then we have our cuts and fills, and they're standard 2-to-1 side slopes. That was in cut, so a fill would be a 2-to-1. Now, what you're seeing here with this little drawing, that's just right here, the right side display cut, left side display fill. That's just, it could be cut on the left and it could be fill on the right. It's just showing it to you on either side here, the way, whatever that's set to be. All right, now then we could come back. I don't see anything in here that specifies like pavement thicknesses and all of that, which, you know, we'll have to leave that one out. Um, yeah, don't see any particular. I see the little indicator there for the surface, but that's whatever that's made of, you know, it's not specified here in this in the cross sections. So that's fine. We can just stay with the top for now. But we could, with these subgrades, we could add those thicknesses in there. Um, you know, if you wanted to accumulate the materials and stuff, but we'll just take the top as it is now. So we'll save this and exit. Now, these are some additional input files, and we're going to come back as we start to develop this and put in this template point profile and template point centerline. And we have some optional output files, and I'm going to go ahead and set up. I've got the existing profile. That's going to be Lake Road existing cross section, the final cross sections. That's our design sections, topsoil removal, replacement, rock, and supervision diagram. All right, so we've got those set up to be used. Processing is on. We've got our station limits, and we don't know the gaps here yet, so we'll say okay to that, and now we'll save this. So now when we highlight Lake Road, you see it shows you where it is by thickening up. And if we had these little indicators, you know, for the little side streets, we would see the intersections would be identified as well. And we'll go back and put those in here. But for now, let's go ahead and process this. And when we process that, it's going to apply, as you see right there, it turned on, or it generated the contours for the fill bank coming off of that road design based on that corridor definition. You know, we have a bunch of things here. What do we have? This is on, that's our edge of pavement. We turn on some different colors here. Let's make our road about C dash road. All right. So edge of pavement will make cyan, shoulder, stay yellow, that's fine, center line. Then these contours, the intermediate contours will make red. The index contours will make magenta. All right. And now, actually, I see what's happening here is that it keeps resetting the colors. Back. So I'm going to go back to my settings, Carlson configure, go to my takeoff site net settings. I'm going to uncheck these automatics. And then I'm going to select everything and change their color back to bilayer. Okay, so now we have that's our roadway edge of pavement there. That's the original edge of pavement. We should see our edge of pavement at the contour. Ground elevation. So it'll be up here then. So we can see our, gotta go back and freeze these layers off again. Let's Freeze. To get us some room to visualize what we have without being too messy. All right, so it's gone through here now and built this up.
So it just took that template and applied it over the whole center line.
Yes, I did for now. We're going to be adjusting it here.
All right.
Um, get rid of, boy, they've really got thousands of layers, don't they? All right, so if we keep that, what is their yellow? Drainage waterway. So we'll freeze that edge off too. Now I'm going to go to my layers toolbar. I'm going to save a layer state. And I'm going to call that one working. So we can go back and don't have to pick those every time because it's going to turn them back on. Now, so we look in here at, we can see that we've got some drawn contours. We take a look at this in our 3D viewer. Oh, I picked up some. There's something, some weird thing. Let's just look at the surface. There's our lake road. There's their pavement, the shoulders, and then the cut and fill banks. Now we can actually go to our settings here for the road. Let me see where we're going to change this. Not there. We'll go in their settings. Stations. Put layers. It's in our setup for our surface. So that was our file, and then we can should be able to. Oh, here it is. Sorry, set colors and layers. So edge of pavement, let's make that a sort of a pavement color. Shoulder will make sort of a brownish color. Then these side slopes, will keep them as that sort of a nicer green.
I have trouble seeing that green color.
All right, let's see. So if we look at, well, let me, I gotta reprocess. Let's see. Now if I again. There you go. Can you see that green now?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So now there's our road, and you can see what the contours would look like. Let me change the contour color. Make it brighter yellow. So there now would be the contours of this road just being built based on that 11-foot pavement width.
Right.
And you can see, you know, the contours are all nice and
Normal crown.
brown. Everything works there. Now, what's going on in here is
That
where
the existing
we
culvert.
had, yeah, we didn't have any.
Oh,
Or that comes out, it actually hits the existing ground here, so it doesn't need to come all the way down. That's, yeah, so you can see where these contours are sort of,
oh yeah. That's a driveway entrance.
yeah, so there's a driveway out here. All right, so
No, yeah.
now we have that. So if we, now, are you tying to existing pavement edges, or you're gonna build that 11-foot?
Yeah. Tying to existing.
All right, so we've got here, this
Which is
is,
why the road narrows up right there.
yeah.
Because there.
So that and that, there's your pavement edge. Why does it not? Let me save this and exit. So this and this are your edge of pavement topo. And then what is this is the edge of.
The shoulders actually get paved, so
Yeah, they can be paved, but they're at a differing slope. So that's,
yeah.
when you say edge of pavement, it's really edge of the traveled lane. It's not really
Yeah.
the ending of the pavement. So let me, they're the same colors. I want to change that. We had an S roadway edge, so that pavement roadway edge, I'm going to make that sort of green to stand out. And then the shoulder edge, we can leave blue, I guess. Well, that was, let's see, edge of pavement, the topo edge of pavement. That's what we'll make green. That's blue. Text, topo, then S, whatever that's supposed to mean. All right, so there's our edge of pavement, that green line there. And so that's going to be what we're going to tell it to follow when it gets the template to apply. And you can see our edge of pavement, we set up to be this cyan color. seeing it here, it's going to be 11 feet. And what is this? Both directions. Let me freeze that too. So that is shoulder. That's our shoulder. Where is our edge of pavement? Should be in here somewhere. Why is it gray? C road P lines. Oh, I know. It was because we set those colors up in the surface in the template definition. So if I go back and change all these back now to by layer. Now, okay, so we see our edge of pavement right here. And you've got this green one, which is the edge of pavement that you're going to be matching instead of using ours. Is that correct?
Let's see. Your the screen you show is very dim. So it's like an orange line is the edge of pavement. That line that you selected,
Right
like
here.
their edge of that is not like that's existing edge of pavement.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And here's the existing shoulder.
That
That says edge TW, edge of the travel way.
yeah. It's like an orange.
Yeah, this one right here. And it would be, yeah. So if I were to isolate so that's the D roadway edge TW, which I don't know if that's edge of traveled way or something. I don't know, but they've got actually two edges right in
Yeah,
there.
it's the outside one is edge of pavement or edge of shoulder, top of slope, whatever you want to.
All right, so they've got roadway edge shoulder. And then they've also got edge of traveled way. So if we looked at edge of the shoulder and then the edge of the traveled way. So it shows edge of shoulder. Edge of shoulder. So this, let me join those up.
Essentially, that from 10 plus 50 to 12 plus 00, that left hand side only has a 2-foot shoulder.
This over here.
Yeah.
What are we looking at? It's 2 feet. But then what is it over here? Is it bigger or does it?
Yeah, to that 5 foot shoulder.
All right, so if we put this back on, there's another line over here then.
Yeah, it's behind the guardrail.
D roadway edge traveled way. Why didn't that? Oh, you say it's behind the guardrail.
Yeah, guardrail gets driven through the pavement.
D roadway edge of pavement. So that's D roadway edge of pavement. That's edge of traveled way. Got all kinds of stuff here now. We've got I gotta find the line that it's using. Edge of travel way, okay. And then over here, edge of pavement. Now what is this one? Edge of the travel way.
Now,
So
could we take that road network and open it up in a cleaner drawing?
yes, absolutely. So the D roadway edge of pavement. I don't know what they mean. These layer names are see, they're putting the edge of pavement out here, but this is edge of TW. I presume that
Yeah, that's so
like what happens right here?
that's that's where the terminal end for the guardrail.
The D roadway shoulder. I thought we had that one.
Yeah, edge of shoulder for the terminal end. And then yeah. There's no rhyme or reason to these DOT plans, or
Yeah.
so it's
All right. So that. So if this is the edge TW, this is edge of shoulder, edge of shoulder, edge of pavement, but edge of TW. That's also edge of pavement. All right, so there's edge of TW there, edge of TW there. See that they're possibly made on the wrong layers. I don't know.
yeah, and
So, so what we'd have to do, we've got to identify where the actual lane edge, where the 2% or the super elevated ends, and then there's a shoulder. Over here, it's 2 feet wide. Over here, it's considerably wider. Same thing down here, and that's fine. We can do all that.
Like that weirdness up on the other end of those lines is because the bridge doesn't match the radius of the curve.
like
That's why
right.
those lines are all weird there.
Yeah, I mean, and that's okay. I mean, that's fine, but like this is the travel way and this is the pavement. See, they're calling this pavement out here,
Yeah.
but
And
they
then
call
other ones are edge of shoulder and
it shoulder out here.
right,
But it looks like it's intended to be the same line.
right.
So if we take, and this looks like this is pavement, but that's really the pavement and this is the shoulder.
Right. I mean, it all gets paved. It's just it,
Right. I need to name it in terms of the template that we designed.
right.
An EOP and an SHLD. So I need to identify, what path those template points are going to follow. Okay.
Yeah.
So if I take
So
the
those lines have to be all on the same layer if they're
no, but we have to identify them. We have to make a separate center line out of, say, if this is the edge of that lane,
yeah,
and then we have another center line over here, starting here, we pull these other points off of it. And it goes here, but I mean, even if it comes up here and jumps out here and comes over here, that's fine too. But I think this is really sort of the shoulder, and this is the edge of that lane,
yeah.
is what I'm seeing. So,
And they're using those lines as shoulder breaks, grade breaks too.
right,
Is
right, yeah,
essentially what they're.
I understand, and that's how when we give it those template point center lines
Yeah.
definition, so it goes out and follows it, the template pushes out to that edge, and that's where it applies the grade break to go to the shoulder, and then it goes out to wherever shoulder is, or that distance of 5 feet that we had defined. So
Mhm.
if we don't have it, like it'll put the 11 and 5 in here in the middle because these are stopping unless we have it going to, straight across, we would do that. So let's do this. Let's make 2 new layers. We're going to call it C dash road dash EOP dash, we'll call it follow, because we're going to follow that. And we'll make that to be yellow. And we'll make another one called C dash road dash SHLD dash follow. And we'll make it magenta. Okay, now what we'll do is we're going to copy these to that layer, and those will be our edge of pavement, and these others will be the edge of shoulder. There we go. Okay. So I need to put that segment there, and then I need to, let's see, to join. All right. So we're going to copy to layer these lines. Okay. And the layer we're going to put it on is C road EOP follow. All right. And then we need to define the shoulder. Now this is going to be here to here to here. So let's join those. And let's say, let's have that go out to there. Road shoulder follow. Start there. We'll go to there to there. There and to there. And we will turn these into arcs. Okay. Then we've got that as a full arc across there. So we need to make that a portion. So let's go ahead and copy to layer this and this. This guy, we need to trim off that one. It's fine now. Copy that to that layer. Shoulder follow. And we'll join. Let's see, what else did we have? This one we do as well. All right, so now let's join this. See, identical layers. Okay, so we'll pick that one. Then so that now goes all the way up there. And we have this that we need to copy to that layer. And now we will take this. And take this one. Actually, we'll use that to trim this. This to trim the arc. And we will then join that. So now that should follow all around there. Okay, so we have the edge of pavement to follow with these yellow ones. And we have the, oh, we got this back one over here to get. And see, what else did we do? Let's bring that up to the front. We see it. Now we need to layer that. Now we'll take this and trim that. And we'll join those up. Now that is the edge of that. That is the edge of that. And we will draw this from there to there. There. From there to there. And there to there. Finally, join those. All right, so we now have pathways for our template to follow. We have them isolated here. Let's see. I want to define those. So if I go to my road network, and I'm going to double click this, and I'm going to now create a template point center line. And I'm going to give this one, this is going to be my EOP TPCL, a template point center line. And let's see, I'm going to do this. And I'm going to edit that, and I'm going to set, there's my template. So the EOP, the center line file, I'll screen pick this guy. I'm going to assign a centerline file to that, and I'm going to call that EOP-L for left. And it's going to be on the left. And I'm going to add Sign the center line for EOP. Right. And I'm going to add the shoulder. It's going to be SHLD. Left. I may have, yeah, I got one on the left. On the right, I forgot to do that one. Okay. And now I'm going to add the shoulder right. It's going to be SHLD. Oh. Yeah. Save. I'm going to save that as instead of EOP TPC. I'm just going to call. I need to change that to like Lake Road. There it is. It's assigned. We got those edits, and we'll say okay. Now, what's going to happen is we're going to reprocess, and you're going to see the roadway follow. Now you see how the contours, the slope doesn't till it gets past that shoulder area. And
Yeah.
if I look at my surface, you're going to see that is you see how the pavement width, you can see it varying right in there.
Yeah.
Then let's see, where was there bridge? Where did we turn off? Oh, we didn't turn off the bridge yet. So let's go back to our interstate. So our bridge is right in here. Do we know the stationing? What is that? So bridge multi-plate. Oh, that was not the right one. Now, where's there? Where's our bridge? The actual bridge itself spans this, right? So it's what, this one? Uh,
So,
there's our bridge, right? So
yeah.
what we need to do is we need to turn off our processing from that station to that station for the side slopes, okay? So let's find out what that station is. go to the intersection. And we'll go to the intersection. And just because all right, so in our processing, we go back to road network. We're going to put station and gap stations. We're going to do a cut and fill gap here from 1334.56 to 1421.47. All right, so that'll turn that off. We'll say okay, we'll save, and we'll go ahead and process it again now. So now you're going to see when we look at that surface, there's where a bridge is.
All right.
Where's the, why did it get cut off there?
We lost the road.
Is our, where's the other half of the road over here? What I'm trying to figure out. Maybe I have forgotten. Let's see, right, left, shoulder, 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 shoulder. And that is right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. That part's okay. Center line. Edge of pavement left. That looks correct. These all look okay. They're going in the proper direction. Let's go back to, let's take these out for the moment. Process. All right, so that puts everything there. Now, if we the gaps start at 1334.56 to 1421.47. See, that should turn it back on. Road specific special stations, the cut and fill gaps. And any template gaps, which we don't have. We say, okay, okay. Say, process that. There we go.
No. did the same thing again.
Oh, what is it? Well, the point center line. Edit that. I've got a shoulder. Is shoulder right. There's the right. Shoulder left. There's a shoulder left. Should be right and left. See, it does generate this. It quits, not only quits processing the cut and fill, but it actually slices right down through it, through the roadway. So it comes here and it wraps itself back around up to here. And there's that line that roadway follows. It slices right down there. But it figures out that part, the bottom perimeter.
Well, is that hmm.
And it only happens when we put the gap in. If we take this gap back out, see, that fills it all the way out. So I should be able to simply turn that processing off for the cut and fill slopes between those two stations. So what's causing the problem? If we come back and save this for a minute. Processing back on there. Now these gaps, road specific special stations, I don't need anything there. I cut and fill gaps. It's a start and end of that stationing. It's another way so I can see, right? So our gaps up here, we're going to add 1334.56. And we're going to end at 1421.47. Let's add 1500. Let's add 17. Oops, 1725. Well, that's obviously a problem. See, that's supposed to be the perimeter. See, it should come down here and just go right straight across here, but for whatever reason, it cuts all the way back up. If I follow this segment, it comes all the way back up to here and then comes back down to there. So for whatever reason is it's let me expand those gaps a little bit here. Let me take these. I don't need these. So 1334, let's just start it at 1330. And we'll take it to 1425. See what happens. There's something about right there, that little catch, because that's where it's trying to push out. All right, so we'll save that. We'll process that again. No, it's still doing it. This time it comes, see, it still comes back to catch that point. All right, let's make it 50, 1420. Still, it's that damn thing. See, this time I pulled it up here to 1350. So now the perimeter, instead of coming down here, following around, it comes down to this point and jumps back to here, then jumps all the way down to here, comes down, and then comes all the way back up to the 1350 station, and then goes back down and crosses diagonally down to the end, and then picks back up and carries that on. That is not correct. So it does it once here and it does it once here. It jumps up into those station values. So if I
Change it. Get on the other side of the PT. If you change the station gap so that you're
all right, so change this to
so like 13 plus 59.
just make it 1360 even. All right, and then 14. See, that should be. See, none of that should matter. Well, but it's still is that.
Break on that side of the road.
You see, it's still. Yeah, so see that it should break here. But you see what it's doing is it's coming down here and jumping back to that point, and then it's allowing it to fill in. So it's not closing the perimeter correctly. All right, I've got a thought here. Let's look at those values. 1334. 1334.56. Oops, sorry. 1334.56, 3456. That's good. That's good. Okay. Now, take out the template point. Yeah, that's what I thought. So now if you look at this here, it gave us the gap, but and it gave it to us correctly. But it's when we tried to follow that template point center line. So we need to, instead of breaking out across, yeah, so what we have right now is just that 11 foot and 5 foot. Okay, so that needs to not be that way. It needs to follow those other lines like we had. And that's what's causing that to be a problem. And it's as we go across the bridge, so we will do this. Let's go back to our layer state. And I'm going to isolate now the no. Oh. Where am I? Where are my center lines? That bit of them right there. It's only the one. Well, we got rid of them. Let's see if it's frozen. Chance. Yeah, they are. Now, if I isolate, there's the follow, and there's the follow. All right. And up here, there's those bridge segments. So if I take these segments out, I need to also do these. Template point center line. Now we'll come back to this guy and edit it. And we're going to take all of these out. Let's just remove. And add. All right, on the left, screen pick, add shoulder, use polyline. And then shoulder dash left dash 1. Let's see, that's shoulder. Okay. We'll add, still with the shoulder, still on the left. This one now. Use the polyline, and that's going to be shoulder dash left dash 2. Okay. Now we're going to add, still on the left, but this time with the EOP. Screen pick this, use the polyline, and that's going to be EOP-L-1, and still on the left with EOP. This, use polyline, EOP-L-2. Now we'll get the right side, starting with the shoulder. Dash R dash 1. Add the right shoulder. Shoulder dash R dash 2. Yeah, so you can have a discontinuous center line in Carlson, and it could be that I don't have to break them into, 8 different alignments, but I'm not sure about that one. All right, so there's the shoulders. So I'm going to add again, this time on the right, changing to EOP. EOPR-1. I'm going to add, again on the right, EOP. EOPR-2. And now we got EOP shoulder, shoulder, EOP shoulder, shoulder. So right, 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 left, 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 left. Right, 2 and 1, 2 and 1, left, 2 and 1, 2 and 1. Okay. Now, oh, did we put the gap back? No, we still have the gap in there, and it's still doing that. Well, I'm going to have to say that seems to be a bug. Where are we? What is that layer? Offset. stay lead, okay, and that is stay lead, all right. So this, yeah, see that goes beyond the station. That 35 is greater than the 34. And the same thing probably happens here. 23, well, that's beyond, so that one shouldn't have been a problem. Let's try this one. Oh. All right, so it's the template points that are causing the problem. And that one went up to there. So if we take off all right, that's okay. Why does it bring that one up? EOP left one, that's the one I want. So that line, see it goes down to 319. If I need to change these starting values, maybe.
So less than 2 hours left. Should we like look at some of the other
Yeah. So yeah, I'll work on this and I'll try to get it set up another session for us in the future if I can get this figured out. I've got a thought that it might be, when we turn those follow center lines into center lines,
Yeah.
they have their own stationing starting and yeah, that doesn't apply. But when I put the gap in, so if I change the starting station of those follow center lines, instead of being 0, 0, if I make it start with the starting station, that is the station value that's on the center line, I wonder if that might fix it. So I'll give that a try when I get a chance, but it's gonna be a while. Um, but anyway, let's put a bookmark there. And yeah, so yeah, all of this road processing business, um, process the road, process road design. If I show that, you see how it has this list of files, and it's the same. You see they're already populated anyway because of road network having done it as well. So it's really the same type of thing, but this is just for a single road, but road network also will go ahead and generate the surfaces and um, allow those kind of gaps and such. So, well, you see, that's actually, that's EOP L1 that it's picked up from the last time we opened up a center line. So, you would populate these with the same ones that you would use. Uh, and that would be Lake Road center line, Lake Road profile, and there's our template and our template point center line. And then say there, we don't, let's see, design template series. We can't put our gap in this one. Yeah, we can right here. So that was our, what was it, 1050 to 1725.
Yep.
Center line station template, and here's special stations. Here's our gap, which we had. Gotta get those numbers. All right, so that's good. We say okay. And now to put this gap in. Fill gaps, we add 1334.56 to 1421.47. Okay. And we'll call this one road surface single. Draw them. contour, we don't need the reports. Out the roadway curves, 25 feet. Template ID for the profile is center. That should be okay. So it did it, but let's see what it looks like with that surface. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, well, let me, did we miss process road design? Do we have the center line? The profile, the template, oh, the existing surface, that's what we missed. Center line, okay. Okay. All right, so that gave us, I mean, 0 to 0. Okay. One more time here on that offset. There's our interval. Existing 150. Set a road. All right, that should work. Tie offset. It's station. Oh, that's fine. That's outside our range. All right. And so now there's our gap. Yeah, now see, that looks like it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, it's got the follow. Yeah, see how the shoulder goes out right there? And see how the pavement follows that line? And the cut and fill gap around the bridge. Exactly like it should be. So there's a problem with road network. So in this case, that would be the approach would be to take that single process road design. All right, that's going to be a bug that needs to get investigated. I'll run that up to Carlson tech support and see what kind of response I can get on that. So I'll save all this stuff and get that to them. All right. So let's take us about a 10-minute break or so and then come back and wrap things up.
All right.
That'll work. So see you back at about 5 after. All right.